Hello. We are back. Let's see if we can try and finish this game. Actually, tile. Let's. Can I do something like that? Yeah. Come on, game. Launch yourself. Right, let's get into the game. I haven't played in a good while, have I? Oh well. But I know we're into the last pieces of this game, or at least it feels like it. I mean, it's been 140 hours almost, so you would think we are towards the end. But saying that, what should be another 10 hours at least? Ooh. Fuck, that was loud. Where's me charger? There it is. Oh, fuck. Enter. Continue. As usual. Can't remember a fucking thing I was doing last time. Oh, I know that there was the Necrons. And we're in like some unexplored part of the Expanse. Or not the Expanse? Question mark? And we're trying to find Calcasar. Son of a bitch. Dun, dun. Where to go? Here? Okay. Ice World. There's a signal. Wait a minute. Have we been here? We have been here. Why did it say it's unexplored? Whee! Or at least I swear we've already been there. Maybe not. Don't fucking ask me. I swear that warp gate is where we came into the system. Pretty sure I'm right on that. And plus all the planets had already been scanned, so it's that as well. Under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes carpeted by plate gold deadwood. The rogue trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. The scouts from the shuttle see signs of intelligent life. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frames, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes from a tangle of paths and obstacles, a maze. The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades, and decorated with scraps of leather and withered crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason that the Drukhari have been here. Search it. As they comb over the tracks left around the Drukhari structures, the scouts find items of Imperium make. Blood-soaked clothes, an Aquila patch, and a data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and the symbol of the Inquisition are frozen on its bottom half. The sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. The servants of von Valancius find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked 2 locations. The first is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is a skull and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Perception 0. Find out what is in the place marked by the skull. The scouts carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area and discover a camouflaged pit studded with long, thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask and an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. And analyze the nature of the creature. The rogue trader's people recognize the grotesque figure as a Drukhari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its masters. This thing was left here as an equivalent of a pict recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drukhari's victims. Destroy. The flask explodes into shrapnel. fragments under a salvo of the scouts' rifles. The remaining liquid is collected into several test tubes to be examined in the ship's laboratory and put to good use, or destroyed on orders of the rogue trader. What 3 pain blockers? Continue exploring. Deep prints belonging to the landing legs and a ladder are visible in the grass behind the maze. The relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. When the von Valancius scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition and a monogram formed with the letters XC. An officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to the name of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Makes sense. Awareness. Search for other objects in the grass. Oh. Very nice. A segment of the dry grass a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder has been cut as if scythed. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of Drakari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains. Most of it is covered by a tattoo, a silhouette in a storm or a torpedo, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp edges. I see. We don't need a purge. Let's leave the area. Where's the blade? Oh, there it is. A lot of damage. You can have that, sure. Scan. There's something there. What? Partly not. Scan. 7+ steel. Do we really need that? No. Unknown ships. These look like Necron.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
Good.
All hands, prepare for acceleration. Let the void sort them out. Salvo! Launch batteries, fully. Fire at will.
Okay. Shields there. Oh god, we needed to repair ourselves a bit, but that's fine, I think. Or maybe it's not, who knows. Hit weakness on that gun. Oh. Oh. They did. Bang.
Torpedoes, away! With the force of a supernova. Fire at will!
Die. Of course, it regenerates.
Macro cannons, open fire. Helmsman, take us in. Let them taste our fury.
That. Sure. Ow. Uh-oh. Ah, me health. Dead.
Keep up the pressure! All hands prepare for acceleration! Lance battery, volley! Fire at will!
Dead. This dude be running away.
Let the void sort them out!
He's way too far away.
Torpedoes away!
Ow. Dead. What?
Lance batteries! Volley!
Now dead.
Another battle won. On to the next
Ooh.
one.
Good shit. Upgrades too. Sure. Sure. Scan. What these? A puzzled augur operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the von Valancius dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it's assigned to your vessel. The operator also states that the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Full report. In the registry, the expeditionary shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost for many years. Information about the circumstances of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumbs of information that remain, you gather that it was sent to explore some object on an unknown world on the order of Lord Captain Theodora, and never returned. Explore. After disembarking, you notice that the shuttle is buried halfway in sand, and the von Valancius coat of arms is practically erased from its side. This shuttle has clearly been here for a long time. Next to the shuttle you find crates of archaeological equipment, on which one can barely just make out the emblem of the explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to massive black doors of Xeno's origin, the entrance to the tunnels. Okay, we're going in. Das Wasser ist gut. Big rounds. Yoink. Also, that should be in cargo. 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 To be honest, all this shit should be in cargo. Could make a proper grenadier build. I don't know how viable that would be though. I just don't feel like it would be sustainable, especially early game. Oh. Dead body.
Keep your wits about
What's
you.
going on here? No damage, but is just chilling. Logic.
One and it's done.
Bodies of the Skitari, whose flesh and armor disintegrated in various places. Judging by their wounds, they were shot during a hasty retreat. I see. Uh-oh. The invasion has come to pass as foreseen. The imprudent perpetrator must be destroyed.
Has no right to exist.
Oh, you son of a cunt.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands. This is why I was chosen. You, my Emperor. I'll do it.
Swift and silent.
You better dead. try and take out that guy first.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause, ancestors guide me.
That did not do nearly enough damage.
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
It's worse than this.
Damn, that hurt.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I understand your intent.
Please don't do over penetration damage when I do this.
Blasphemer!
If it serves
did.
your cause.
That had better be ineptitude, not malice.
Yeah, the first one. Oh, Bodoof.
Who, if
Baddie.
not me?
Finish the job.
I'll make it happen.
This boy.
I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done.
Duck.
Dare you strike at the Emperor's faithful?
I'll make it happen.
I am not your Xenos pet. Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause.
Dead.
High momentum.
You should feel honored to witness this.
Another soul slipped beyond the veil.
Malice.
It works. That guy.
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monk. I understand your intent. I deal death with my hands.
Dead.
If it serves your cause.
Did that reload though?
This
Whack 'em.
tedium is beneath me.
Whack him.
Fool creatures!
Whoa. Blind.
Was that you? Or... On it.
Oh, he's the only guy we can hit from this angle. So might as well just fucking absolute decimate him.
Will do. Just as I foretold. Anything else? Was that you? Or...
I know what I'm doing, usually. Remember the name. Don't get too cocky.
Oop.
I can do that, with the right incentive. If it serves your cause. I move as if unseen. If I must. Fortune favors the swift.
High momentum.
We'll save the rest.
My faith shields me!
Do this to get into cover. Run again.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen.
I'll do it.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I move swiftly to strike. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves
Finish
your
him.
cause. Ancestors, guide me! I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I hear you moving. No more.
How can I not? Hello?
I approach the designated position.
That was weird. Oh well.
I have read tomes of military tactics. If I may... Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Save the rest. Look.
I'll see to it personally. Who if not me?
Will do. But of course, I have wrought your downfall. On it. Anything else? Will do.
Die. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I like it.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh, oops, I didn't want to do that. Oh well. I think we just skipped there.
I'm enraged.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh. Oh. Oh no.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
%? Suck a cock.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Pew.
I'll do it.
Pew.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
God
Faith
damn.
without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor
A lot of
commands, I act.
free shots.
Doubt is for the weak.
There we go. Finally over.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. If I must. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me.
Oh.
If it serves your cause, I'll deal death with my hands. I understand your intent.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Of course I end up hitting her.
Eradicated.
High momentum. Let's make some opportunities.
Reload.
It's as good as done.
Was that you? Or... On it! But of course. Will do.
Cool.
Farewell.
God, I had that.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Just wipe these guys out.
None will stand against me. It's nothing.
Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky.
Swift and silent. I am not your Xenos pet. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
A moving target lives longer. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause.
Oh fuck, I'm out of bullets. Oh shit. Wait, do I have to do something here?
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. Just designate a target. This tedium is beneath me. I understand your intent.
Did.
I move as if unseen. If I approach the designated position.
Move fucking closer.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Step aside. The navigator is coming. Be careful not to cross my gaze.
If it serves your cause, I hear you moving. No more. Swift and silent. I understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I am not your Z. If I hear you moving, no more. Ancestors guide me. If it serves your cause.
Oh. Okay.
I always keep my options open.
Okay. Run. Nah.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Shut up. The obsidian smoothness of the enormous slab begins to ripple and roil. A set of mysterious symbol. Oh, what the fuck is that shit? 2 seconds. Gotta go fucking banafuck. There we go. Fucking clean up that. Fucking spam bots. As if impressed on its black surface by an invisible finger, they shimmer forebodingly, like a martyr grasping for air as life drains from them. But Amon's symbol. As soon as your hand touches the symbol, new sentences start appearing on the slab's surface. They dash around maddeningly fast, overlapping each other. They seem to be trying to burn alien and unsettling messages into your mind. Discerning these messages, let alone comprehending them, is beyond you. Your nostrils are bleeding. The searing pain inside your head is like dead fingers digging their nails into your brain and trying to squeeze it out. You snatch your hand away in a hurry and look away. You feel nauseous. The sense of being invaded is gone, leaving only its horror behind. A horror you aren't sure is your own, and not forced upon you by the will of a different mind. The inscriptions freeze and fade away. The symbol you touched is erased from the slab's surface. Big kick. It don't matter. Ow, my brain is melting.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Is there money to be made?
Money? Stuff similar. As you approach, the black metal of the ancient plate begins to move. Strange geometric shapes, symbols of some kind, appear on its surface. A host of smaller symbols glitter above them. They are no less mysterious and inscrutable. Touch. At first, the metal feels not much differently from plasteel to touch. But as soon as you apply a little pressure, it becomes pliant and viscous like cold resin. Emerald green marks linger for a moment where you've touched it, before being swallowed by the black metal. Carve initials. You spend several minutes trying to carve your initials into the ancient Xenos artifact with your knife, but the metal instantly heals any damage done to it. The idea seems more pointless with each passing moment. Slowly sink. Metal yields and takes in your blade as clay would. You try to pull it out, but to no avail. Wherever stuck inside the Xenos monument, the blade itself is now a glorious monument to your persistence. Step away. Step away. Ooh. Gaze of the Void. Okay. Is that everything here? Seems like.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay. Nice. On to the next one. But oof. Yes, we know about that. Sanctum of Taffetos. Bunch of dead stars. Tomb. Seems that all colour has died from this world. Grey masses of rocks give way only to brownish sand and the black voids of gorges. The team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape. An extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal. In the centre, which burns green, arc discharges. On its shores lie the ruins of pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined that the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. Smoothness of the lake is slightly rippled by the currents trying to extinguish the flames in the centre. Yes, there is indeed. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, I didn't know that was gonna boot me out of that, but that's fine. Judging by the orbital trajectories, this is a parent star of the system. If the Lumino reader is right, back in the day it used to be huge and angry with bite to it. Not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. The Lumino reader swears that the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in this system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like this. It was gnawed out. It was attacked, suddenly and fiercely. A hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving, and would have surely devoured the star had it had more time. How you know that, Nomos? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here, as if I have seen it happen 100 times. Okay. Dome. A shadow of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gouges of this planet, alongside two nearby zero objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Disembark and examine the shuttle and the zero structures. Anados von Valancius wishes to personally explore the enigmatic monoliths. The von Valancius shuttle overcomes the turbulence zone with an alarming rumble, after which the connection to the void ship becomes tenuous. Despite a luff landing on rocky terrain, the flight ends successfully. Okay.
Let not dawdle.
Serving the Inquisition means peering into the secrets of humanity's foes. Aren't you afraid that one day you will peer too deeply, Interrogator?
Wait, what? Who are you speaking to, Genta?
I always have a backup plan. Xenos scum! You don't belong in this galaxy.
What the... Oh, oh. Oh no.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me. I will not. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause.
Bada bing.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Bada bing.
This tedium is beneath me. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Bada boom.
You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this?
If I must.
Did.
If it serves your cause.
Rejoice in battle!
Dodged.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll do it.
But you, my Emperor! This is why I was chosen!
High momentum.
If I may. Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'll paint your death in colors.
I understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
What the?
If it serves your cause. I deal death with my hands. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. No weakness is hidden from my sight. Ancestors guide me. I hear you moving. No more. My heart sings with the thrill of battle.
Huh? Oh. Bullets.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
On it. You should have thought twice before crossing me. I'll see to it personally.
High momentum.
I'll make it happen.
I understand your intent. If I must. Fortune favors the swift.
Accept your lot.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me.
What?
I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. I'll deal death with my hands. If I must. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Oh, fuck.
This tedium is beneath me. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Faith shields me!
Stay back.
Who, if not me? I'll make it happen. On it.
How about no? I'd like to, but I can't. You jest, surely.
That's still good.
What? Was that you? Or anything else? But of
I
course.
should have done that second, but well.
Anything else? On it. Will do.
Soul shall become like fire.
Bruh.
Martyrdom is an honor.
I should have foretold that.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. If I must, fortune favors the swift. I am not your Xenos pet, monk. Ancestors guide me.
I can do that, with the right incentive. This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
Should I just go here instead?
Don't get
Okay.
too cocky. Never cross a Kazbalikan. You've got a problem. I've got a price. How about no? Don't get too cocky.
If it serves your cause.
I can do that, with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
What the?
I have read tomes of military tactics. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may. I am a navigator, not a...
Bruh.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Try to die with grace, at least.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen. Who if not me?
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me. If I must. I hear you moving, no more.
I'll see to it personally.
But of course. Anything else? On it. Will do. Be gone.
Oh.
Farewell.
Don't flinch.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, mon. Fortune favors the swift. This tedium is beneath me. Stop trying, monkey. If I must. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
High momentum.
Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a price. They'll write legends about me.
Low momentum.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. If it serves your cause, I deal death with my hands.
What the? What are you doing? How about you
This
do?
tedium is beneath me. I hear you moving, no more. If it serves your cause.
What?
Don't get too cocky.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, monster. I deal death with my hands.
Bro.
Watch my back. I can do that, with the right incentive.
You?
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Emperor, deliver us!
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I hear you moving, no more.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I won't compromise my principles. On it.
I am not your Xenos pet, monk. Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause.
Bruh.
was inevitable. It's as good as done.
I assume we gotta take out these cunts, but I can't target them.
But of course. Just as I foretold. Will do.
Help me way.
What an unfortunate turn of fate. Anything else? On it.
I understand your intent. If I must. No weakness is hidden from my sight. This tedium is beneath me. Fortune favors the swift. No weakness is hidden from my sight. Ancestors, guide me!
I know what I'm doing, usually. Am I getting paid for this? Whoa! I want a medal for that one.
If it serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift. I am not your Xenos pet monk. I understand your intent.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
What the?
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. if I may? Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, Mon. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Another foe painted black.
Who if not me? You should have thought you never stood a chance.
Bruh.
I'll see to it personally.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. If I must. I hear you moving. No more.
I'll make it happen.
Was that you? Or... Will do. Anything else? Will do.
Not over.
You cannot change this path. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
A moving target lives longer. Tell me, and it is done. I hold all the cards. You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
If I must. I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift. Isha will cry no tears for you.
You don't mind dying, do you?
Bruh. That one exploded.
Down, but I'm not out. Ugh.
I will avenge you.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. Thank you, my Emperor! I'll do it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
There we go. That's what we needed to do.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. My Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. Ancestors, guide me. If it serves your cause, I deal death with my hands.
Was that you? Or... On it. Will do. Anything else? I have wrought your downfall.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. If I must. Fortune favors the swift. I am not your Xenos pet, monk. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
High momentum.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
You don't frighten me.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
This tedium is beneath me. I understand your intent.
There we go.
I have learned much in my exile.
Oh, part of a ship.
My warp sight reveals something.
Damn! It's good shit. There's also good shit. Sure. Coercion. Sure. Logic. Sure. Sure. Adira, you're about to get some big upgrades. Damn. Pretty good.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Oh. It's pretty good armor. Pretty good gun too. We'll see who wants that armor, I'm sure.
I always keep my options open.
Dead. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before. But the panel of the ship's tech priest lumen readers say they are star corpses. Not just corpses. They call them stellocide victims. Yeah, don't you think we're observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in the system. They wouldn't like to have been here at that time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was it the Drukhari? Dragging stars around like they are their property is quite in character for those damn Xenos. What did the lumen readers mean? Who knows with those star sages? Apparently, when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All of their energy was siphoned, like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. And witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the lumen readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Well, we still have a job to do. Here's your ship. A Xeno squadron is on intercept course. It's the same abominations as before. What's got them so riled up? I think they are guards. The ship took off from the surface of the planetoid as soon as we bathed in it. Bathed it with our eye of our augurs. I'm not an expert on Xeno's minds, but I know my void maneuvers, and I can tell you this, they are angry, and they are approaching on a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. Prepare for battle! Orders received, Lord Captain. Glory to House von Valancius. Okay. Oh, my spine.
I can see crimson lights in the
It's gonna
void.
been fucking doing pure gamer stance for a second here. That part.
Let the void sort them out. With the force of a supernova! Fire at will. Macro cannons. Open fire.
Yeah, he did. Maybe not. There we go.
Let them taste our fury. Lance batteries, for me. Coordinates set. Torpedoes away! Fire at will. Keep up the pressure. Macro cannons, open fire! With the force of a supernova. All hands, prepare for acceleration. Salvo! Fire at will.
Oof.
Helmsman, take us in. Engage the engines. Let the void sort them out. With the force of a supernova. Make every shot count. Salvo! Torpedoes, away! Fire at will. With the force of a supernova. All hands, prepare for acceleration. Let them taste our fury. Let the void sort them out. Engage the engines! Keep up the pressure! Coordinates set. Make every shot count. Fire at will! Launch batteries. Volley. Helmsman, take us in.
What do you mean there's nobody on that? Why is there nobody on that?
Let the void sort them out.
Who bloody knows?
With the force of a supernova. Fire at will.
They pale before our mastery of the void.
This one. Why is... Guess she got taken off of it for some reason? Who bloody knows? She Scan. Lord Captain, we've spotted a planetoid with an unidentified zero structure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Augur clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory towards the planetoid. What do we see on the planetoid? Practically nothing. The Augur clerics say that magnetic radiation binds the machine spirits. We see some kind of wicked pyramid, and we're picking up a few encrypted Vox transmissions. Tell me about the mines. Good mines, I know from experience. Encased in ceramite under a coat of cameline. They're cognate detonators and inhabited by the most malicious and cunning machine spirits you've ever seen. Far too good for pirates, and given that they have been planted for several cubic kilometers, I should reason that these are gifts from the Lord Inquisitor's own stores. Well, transmit the deactivation code we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Beginning transmission. Receiving return signal. 5% of mines report a transition to sleep mode. Receiving coordinates of an area designated as main landing site. We have a safe channel of approach towards the epitaph and coordinates for landing. Any traces of Calcazar? Plenty. We're picking up the remaining Vox echoes of conversations, standard signals belonging to Augur observation systems, the gas terminal trails of shuttles preparing to land, and, you know, Lord Captain, it seems to me that this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in the tomb located on the planetoid. They are very fresh. Commence preparation of their landing party. I will lead it personally. A certain Lord Captain. I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old void wolf's gut tells him this tomb is likely to become ours. I have this bad feeling, as if, forgive me, your lordship, I've completely lost my senses giving out advice like that. I'm ready to face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for you to for your retrieval signal, even if every Xenofleet in the world appears to swat us from orbit. Final mission? Question mark. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. We have come to speak with you, Baron Dusk. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered a great change is coming. A trial. Picture looks fucking wicked now. We see the potential for a great disaster. It is already ripening. The wave could crash down upon the Kronos expanse and perhaps extend beyond it. We are headed for suffering and death. You are the one who can prevent this disaster, and we want to help you. We do. Let us help. Nomos are not human, but we have learned to see people as more than shells. We want to serve them, protect them. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do to it. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shells of this ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as their shell, but they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body, but very few things can house us. That is why we have come to ask you. Magos Asclepius has offered his shell to us. It might do. Indeed I have. I cannot think of a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with the Great Spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnissiah's favorite child, and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence into the halls of the eternal machine's song. You would sacrifice yourself. I desired more than anything. We asked him many times because we did not want to hurt him. Nomos would not have proposed it if the human was against it. So what's the common threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epita. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. And what it is, we do not know. We must say it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But we now know that living souls are the same. They are always larger than they seem, and no capacity can calculate their potential. This makes us believe that we, Nomos, and you, Iron Dusk, can step beyond the limit of calculations. There, we will face the unleashing horror without faltering. I've heard you and made my decision. We await your word, Master of the ship. Please, give us freedom, and we will stand with you in the hour of the great need. You can take his body, sure. Praise the Omnissiah. I kneel before his favored child and humbly offer this shell as a gift. May I become a temple to the machine and a vessel for its great spirit. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell, then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, Iron Dusk, but in the hour when you stand before the great trial, we will return and stand with you, side by side. Okay. Everyone's up here. We have the exact coordinates for the secure site. We will authorize the start of the... Will you authorize the start of the expedition? I still need to talk to everyone. Have a lord! Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. Of one thing I am certain, the von Valancius dynasty will cover itself in glory today. You have a highly organized mind, so you must have always considered what you are going to do once this campaign of ours comes to an end. Now that I have your blessing, it's about time I took care of my family. The Versarian clan has gone without its patriarch for too long. I should make time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to chew them up again. You are always at my side. Seneschal's place is at the rogue trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on his Seneschal, then there is no one he can count on. That is not a fate that I wish for you, so I am doing my duty. You ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain, I would follow you into fire and back. God Emperor, be my witness. I have had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived 1. So, would there be no shame in going down alongside another? If it comes to that, naturally. Alright. Been through worse. I serve House von Valancius, Lord Captain. Okay. Cassia? My love, what lies ahead of us is uncertain. Perhaps darkness and oblivion, and yet I feel no fear, no trepidation, no doubt. To be here with you, to share the last moments of peace before the inevitable. If either of us should die in the coming battle, know that I will look for you in the next life, until I find you again. I would rather not wait several lives. Let us find our blessing in this one. It would be wonderful, my love. But will the stars let us? What do you intend to do next? Until duty calls me, I would like to spend the best moments of my life with you, Lord Captain. And only the stars will know what happens next. Okay. My heart is fluttering, Lord Captain, not because of fear or doubt. I am ready to face what is coming. Okay. Argenta, I pray, rogue trader, I pray that the hearts of your comrades remain strong, that our courage holds, that our weapons prevail. I pray the light of Terra does not turn away from us, even for a moment, that the fire within us only burns brighter as the foes before us grow fiercer. And I pray for you. Terra's light is what guides us through the darkness, but you are the force that keeps us from straying from the path. Together to the end, sister. In his name, for Terra's light. And what should you do, should we prevail in this pivotal battle? I will carry on my service to the Emperor as I always have, but no longer as a fledgling sister of battle, but as the keeper of a relic that has been bestowed upon me by his will. I want to bring the light to all the faithful in the Cronus Expanse, as Saint Argenta did in her lifetime, and I know I am ready for this mission. Okay, prepare yourself. Henrix, our journey together approaches its end. One last push and the secrets of the Expanse and Calcazar will be laid to rest. I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You will meet your mentor down there, and I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Well, almost all the Lord Inquisitor's acolytes. Why? I want to hear what he has to say, and then make my judgment. When this is over, what will you do? I feel uneasy even thinking about it. What if Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar falls today? Someone has to take the rosette of the Order Xenos. At the very least until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor to Xavier. Okay. Lead on. Pascal? The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The All Messiah shows favor. You don't seem too worried. A mission of reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with the joy of servitude. I would be honored to disembark with you. Well, you took good care of my ship and equipment. The dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the All Messiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valancius dynasty's flagship and your lordship. Will you go back to your tech priests, or will you stay on duty? This unit hoped that traveling with you would reveal his purpose. The All Messiah judged otherwise. Perhaps the time has not yet come. In which case, servitude must continue. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Okay. Dira. Well, Lord Captain, my little whisperers have gone quiet. It's like they know that the long thread we have been following is finally at an end. It's now or never, isn't it? Thank you for everything, either way, Lord Captain. Give her a hug. There. You really have lost it, haven't you? Thanks. How about you give me one last prediction? You think the little whisperers are going to play nice? Ha! They weren't that useful even before. And now they're more likely to mess us around than savor bacon. Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of a deranged psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumbling beyond the veil. Well, I'm glad you've been at my side all this time. I thank you, Lord Captain. I can't imagine why you've shown me such kindness after everything we've been through. You are the only reason I'm still alive. There are so many ways I could have died. I know I've been harping on all this time about Lady Theodora this, Lady Theodora that. You know, you may never become who she was, but she could never have been who you are, either. And I'm glad it was you that replaced her, and that life threw me together with you, and not with somebody else. So there. Now, let's change the subject before I get all sentimental, alright? What do you think awaits us after this last skirmish? Well, I have no doubts that about you, everything's going to come up roses for you. As for me, you know, maybe I won't live long, but it'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug of something foamy and laugh about my stories of our exploits. Ah, pull yourself together. We've got a tough battle ahead of us. A very easy battle? Who would ever bother to tell tales about it? Nobody. That's you. Just show 'em. Fair enough. Jay. The Exalted One once wove our destinies into glittering tapestry of this world with gold and silver threads, Shireen. And today the pattern of our lives will either be completed or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hope in the first option. Are you afraid? To battle against the enemy, pain, oblivion? Oh no. My only fear is that after these tribulations, we will never be the same again, and I do so enjoy being me. So what brings you to me, Shireen? No parting words, I hope, because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they rob me of my future. You would never want to hear goodbye after all, but only ever see you again under the same stars. I just wanted to say I'm glad to your company, especially now. Our alliance is like a miraculous oasis blooming in the fierce desert heat. I am glad to be your partner, and friend, and ally in the fight against the enemy. Curious to see what you will do once all this is over. You mean if it is ever over, and if the Azi don't play their evil tricks on us. I don't know, Shireen. Being drunk on unbridled freedom sounds nice. It is so close, I could reach out and grab it like tail of a comet. I'd leave the Kasbalaka mission behind, start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead. I just have to survive the coming good darkness. Well, we have a battle. Rest assured, Shireen, when it comes to the matters of being and oblivion, Jay Haderi has the coldest mind and bravest heart. Iliad, each journey has a beginning and an end, Elentach. Here and now our journey leads into the maw of a merciless enemy, and only by breaking through the darkness ahead can we move on. Standing united against a common threat. Is that not what sentient creatures do? True, a human and a child of Asaran. We will fight side by side like a pair of blades, and the enemies will fall before our fury. Will our paths diverge if we survive? I do not think I will wish to return to my kin soon, Elentach. Will I ever be able to? Perhaps I will join you in your quest to explore the distant stars. Perhaps. I will look for those who are not ready to return to life on the craft world. Those like myself. The future is too vague, and my path is leading me into the unknown. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. I am ready to drive back the darkness in Lantach. Are you? Marazai. Aaron Dusk. There you are. You have something very special waiting for you, do you not? A trial that will determine whether you stay on top or become dust under the feet of your enemies. Ah. Will you remain with me when this is over? I have not decided what my future will be. When the time comes, I will inform you of my plans. Or perhaps not. I have not decided that yet either. Well, glad to have fought with you. Careful, or else I might think you have gone soft and weak. I will say this only once, Sire Dusk. You are the reason for all my misfortunes, but you are also the reason why I survive. Despite the fury of all Gamora and the wrath of the Black Heart, consider this confession an expression of my gratitude. I hope your blades have been sharpened. The hour of our great battle is near. My weapons are always ready for new victims, Sire Dusk. Yeah. Bigdies. Let's go. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. And yes, we are going with this crew. There's a lot of guys. My personal pilot. Huh.
Keep your wits about you.
Very odd. Necrons just chilling. And of my dynasty.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay. Reflections of people who are not here.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, goods.
My pleasure.
Be good. Oh.
Is there money to be made? I always have a backup plan. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The long metal groans form a painful and melancholy melody, oozing with venomous spite. The armored plates sing in unknown language, and you feel as though the meaning is about to reach your mind, unless the monster cuts your life short before that. The grating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. Examine. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal interlaced with greenish energy channels aglow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of a grab pad are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into a formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without doubt, this is a technologically superb machine designed for annihilating all life. Disabling it will not be easy. We've done no harm to your race. Once I find what I have come for, I will trouble you no more. The sound of the vibrating metal plates has both the rhythmic malice of a march and the hollow hum of misery, the lament of an immortal mechanism doomed to aeons of wrath and battle, or else an impending demise. The salvo from the monstrous cannon is an infernal orchestral chord that makes the very fabric of space tremble.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence!
Well, time to do some killing. Do these. They're all blighted.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. Ancestors, guide me. I understand your intent.
Oh.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Shit, did I just skip somebody's turn? Why possibly?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oopsie daisies. In that case.
As duty demands. I'm afraid not. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
High momentum.
I will not! Power resides in the will of the righteous.
High momentum.
Doubt is for the weak. Escape the Emperor's judgment. For you, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
If it serves your cause.
Dead.
I am not your Xenon.
Dead.
Thing no more. This tedium is beneath me. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your Xenos pet. I deal death with my
Dead.
hands. No weakness is hidden from my sight. Just designate a target. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. Ancestors, guide me! You cannot force me, Elantak.
Okay.
Fundamental.
Pay with your blood in the name of Kaela Menshakain!
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
I am not your Xenos pet, monk. Ancestors, guide me.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. Was that you? Or anything else? Will do. Anything else? Was that you? Or...
Bruh.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. if I must. I hear you moving. No more. I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
High momentum.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Here's my perfect moment.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Big guy dead. You dead. Excusez-moi?
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. Are you moving? No more! I am not your Xenos pet.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
There we go. All dead. That wasn't that bad. Okay.
Let us not dawdle.
A job for me.
Oh. The maimed creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. It was a mute woman once, flaunting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle. But now her skin is torn by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It was maimed from the inside out. It is as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes that then burst out of her skin and turned her organs into a bloody sieve. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Can you hear me? With a heavy jerk, the woman raises her head, emerging from oblivion and focusing her gaze on you. Even in such a wretched state, her eyes still gleam with self-confidence, zest, and subtle shrewdness. You are... The coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius. Not as surprising as one may think. Who are you? The woman tries to salute you, but the cut sinew cost her control of her fingers. Tanakia Calbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the Warden of Epitaph 1 Covert Facility, or whatever is left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? I have no idea. Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. The Auspex detected some unknown radiation, then everything broke loose. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started thrashing the place. And the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, I looked like I'd tried to give birth to a shuttle. I'm looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of Operation's final stage. At least I hope so, or he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? Guess you're still young if you don't know that in this world, whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon of world destruction. And that is all you're going to get. It would be very disrespectful for me to spill a secret that has cost so many lives to the guard. I see. Have I sated your curiosity? Then I'd like my favour returned. There's a pack of EHO in my breast pocket. Give me one, and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous today. Sure. Good. You are old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Stick one end of the cigarette into my teeth and light up the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Let's be forthright with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you're dying. What is going on in this place? Forthright, huh? Let's give it a try. I've taken a shang to you for some reason. One day, Xavier decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course, but then things didn't go as expected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you'd better get far away from here, because whatever happens next, I doubt you're going to like it. Or you can go down there, if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do, but I'm insane, so I'm not the best example to follow. So about that cigarette? Enjoy. People say it's bad for your health. Better be careful. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents were wearing. The ones I sent to Calcasar took an interest in her ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long though. When I presented Theodora with Calcasar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well. But the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Dracari started causing trouble. Why does nobody remember visiting this system? I can give you two versions of the truth. The sugar-coated one and the honest one. The sugar-coated one is once Theodora realized just what she had gotten her hands on, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all her crew members. The honest one is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyway. I don't know that. But the mind lock is incredibly dangerous. It's a bloody miracle it didn't fry our brains. Said the one who chats with whispers in her head. You know, I'm not sure that you had this habit before coming to Epita. How did you infiltrate Theodora's retinue? A feint, a deception, a double and triple crossing claim. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcasar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmage's advisor Armanat. Do you know Conrig Blobdir? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to put out my operatives as spies, but instead, he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true when they say that every other fairhead is a moron. What was the ultimatum? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret is now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epita. She found something here, something too good even for her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed that most exact coordinates, down to the last digit after the decimal, to the Lord Inquisitor. In the Dracari, Ah, the Xenofreaks, my favourite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire at them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny arses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear, it was one of those rascals were trying to get fired at with their half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. It's a compliment, I guess. Ugh. I am Iron Dusk von Valancios, Theodora's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not making a surprised face. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed, but I have gathered as much. Your resemblance to our spectacular Void She-Wolf is not that close after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heiress? Well, not Conrad at least. Now I know enough. What should we do to her? I say we leave her to die, suffering. We should drive a nail into her ear too, so she has something to remember us by. Nah, I'll put her out of her misery. Mercy. Rest in peace. Takes more than a few strikes to end her life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her turn-up veins. Finally, her agony stops.
Watch your steps. Did you hope to see an Azoriani fail?
I always keep my options open.
That I do. Shit, I'm going backwards.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, that's my dynastic coat of arms. Oh shit.
Exist.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen! Faith without deeds is worthless.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, Mon. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause.
Cleanses the body.
It's as good as done. On it.
Anything else? On it. Just as I foretold. Will do. Anyone see that?
High momentum.
You should feel honored to witness this!
I am not your Xenos pet, Mon. Another soul slips beyond the veil. This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors, guide me! If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, Monk. I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, I hear you moving. No more. My heart sinks with the thrill of battle! I'll deal death with my hands, if it serves your cause.
Who if not me?
Shit. I keep forgetting that you can't do it.
But of course. Anything else?
Must have missed.
Do not dare ask.
Oh?
Am I getting paid for this? I'd like to, but I can't.
Yes, you can.
Watch my back. I can do that, with the right incentive.
I am not your Xenos.
Don't get too cocky.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
So much damage.
I am his will made manifest.
Yes.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. For you, my Emperor! I'll do it. Eradicate it. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act. I
will not. I'll do it.
If I must. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, Mulkey. If it serves your cause. Helium is beneath me.
Dare you?
How dare you?
I'll see to it personally. I refuse.
Wow.
I'll make it happen.
If I must. I understand your intent.
I am ready for whatever comes. I'll see to it personally. On it.
Will do. Anything else? On it. But of course. Anything else? Was that you?
If I may.
Come on, man.
Serves
That should
your
finish them all.
cause.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Emperor, deliver us! Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
High momentum.
You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Eradicate it.
Wanna see a trick?
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. Beyond the veil? I am not your Xenos. No more. I understand your intent.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Colossal warriors from medieval Underframe can no longer bear its weight. With armor plates clanging, his great bulk is slumping. A deep sound full of rage and tragic despair is born in his chest. You notice convulsive jinks with the Xeno's limbs. The light is flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during the monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. What are you? The Xeno's limbs shiver at the sound of your voice. He emits a deep hum, full of dour pride. You're unable to decipher it, but you sense his disdainful rage and stern resolve to kill you. This is neither dispassion of a prowling beast, nor the blinding rage of insanity. It's warrior's instinct. A warrior of iron, a sentinel of the tomb of the Ancient Ones, a child of the Ynir, a star devourers, and an eternal enemy of the Asurani. Your watch is over. The Xenos dies with a piercing howl of wrath. There is no fear in these sounds, only the stubbornness of a true warrior with a touch of regret over his defeat. A terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt as soon as the green fire goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes. The glow of the glyphs upon the walls become chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in this crypt.
Keep your wits about you.
We leveled up. Sure. Fellowship? Literally running out of things to fucking select. Sure. Willpower. Sure. Do that. Sure. Ballistic. Yes. Agility. Sure. Sure.
Is there money to be made? Let us not dawdle.
Oh no, no, don't go up there. Deactivate the shield.
I always keep my options open.
Epitaph. Ugh.
I always have a backup plan.
What the? The reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes get in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Emperor, bestow strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. My master, changer of ways, is this your making? No, I can feel it is not. You aren't playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Is this some ironic lesson? Is there some ironic lesson in what's going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less? Or maybe try to look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I will reflect on this in my memoir. Where did they come from? The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of the cosmic expanse in their glow, altered past recognition by the decisions you have made, or could have made in a different world. Who are you? I am Dusk von Valancius the Magnificent, and if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what it makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality, a product of malign influence of the treasure that I am after. I am a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations, the first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back that which was forfeited. I'm a rogue trader of the God Emperor. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who elected the path to true power. I serve the Master, the changer of ways, and I already changed upon my reflections in his dreams. Which is why I'm the only one without the dumbstruck expression on my face. So you're me, huh? Truth stems from the Emperor. You are lacking it. Which means you are not the true von Valancius, but a flawed replica born out of a flawed reality. Your faith seems stronger than all of us combined. I remember in whose name the sacred word was granted. I remember by whose hand I am allowed to be. I believe, and my faith is a bright light driving back the darkness. But your faith is in cold embers, and when I look at you, I feel ashamed of myself. Where did such piety come from? It filled me on the day when Sister Argenta and I executed Theodora for heresy. I saw her wickedness and depravity, and felt unclean, stained by her blood, so I swore to redeem the name of the dynasty. Oh, by the exalted one, my fiery-haired Shireen, our friendship would not have blossomed under the light of every star, it seems. You, the abject, groveling creature who chose to sell out arch-enemy sell out to the archenemy instead of atoning for her transgressions under my guidance. Your rotten soul was reborn in the cleansing flame. That's what I'm talking about. And what have you accomplished? Not yet enough. I struck down Caligo's Winterscale, a champion of Khorne, at the ruins of Dargonus. I joined forces with benevolent Insignia Corda to purge the cult of the Final Dawn when they incited a rebellion and used footfall to summon a greater demon named Edge of Daybreak. The unclean spirit is now sealed within the station, and I have proclaimed forsaken forever. After the purging of Janus, the Xenos of Kruderak and the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest forged a profane alliance against my protectorate. But with the noble space wolves, I defeated their combined forces and banished them from the expanse. Did you arrive to help Kalkazar? The future is not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor didn't give me the details of Operation Precious Sentinel, but mentioned its importance to the entire Imperium. I am coming to lend him a hand, or to stop him if his plans go against the will of the God Emperor. Your doppelganger vigorously chops the air with his hand, and you notice some stiffness in the movement, as well as a subtle grimace of pain. As you look closer, you realize that lurking under your replica's clothes are chains of penance, with jagged hooks digging into his flesh. Such instruments of humility are only worn by the most fervent believers. The heat of your hues is blinding, Lord Captain. Scarlet and gold shroud your very essence in an overpowering radiance, but deep inside, I see a palpitating smudge of sable blue, which you have banished, which you loathe, and which ruins the perfection of the image. Are you afraid of a misstep, of loneliness, of the Emperor turning away from you? Don't you dare lay your accursed eye on me. How did you even survive the Uruk 5 cleansing, monster of House Ocelio? Velik and I crushed your mad followers and purged the Navigator House of corruption. Did your heretical powers enthrall my copy's weak spirit in this reality? How ignoble, how disgraceful. Looks like this version of me became a mindless zealot. Vice always masquerades envy as contempt. You seem to think you're better than the rest of us, don't you? And yet, I was the only one clever enough to become the master of my own fate, and not reduced to somebody else's plaything or a slave to dogmas. What gave you such an ego? A lack of unnecessary advice, I presume. On the day Conrad killed Theodora, all of her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Adira, Ravor, Vigdis. When I got the inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodora von Valancius really was. A narcissistic, unscrumptious, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regretted not having had the time to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Kronos Expanse sought to take advantage of me. Drusians and pirates, Mechanicus and Casbelica, Kalkazar and Uralon. And so the puppet pulled at the strings and made its master's dance. I dare say it went well. I admit this version of you is not without a certain charm. The kind where I don't quite know if I want to give myself to you or clear a full clip right into your face. My sweet smuggler, you are also in my world. And you know, I gave you a little planet with a pretty palace and a tiny garden after you took offense at a couple of innocent jokes about your unpretentious origins. I definitely don't know if I want to give myself to you or clear a full clip into your face. Trysophone, my sworn friend and most overbearing bitch in all of the expanse. Of course I'd find you here as well. Nice to see you in thick of events as usual. But I think you're thinking of I think you're taking me for someone else. Indeed, in this rancid reality, you are some kind of a pathetic parody of yourself. Have you achieved much without your loyal allies? Quite. I'm the most influential figure in the entire expanse. Caligos was slain by the Xenos, and his successor Yvain became my puppet. Insignia chases pirates, not realizing it is me who is raiding her colonies. I was able to make a pact with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Calcasar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vladimir a governor and Hieronymus a cardinal. Not too bad for a newcomer, wouldn't you say? Why do you seek to enter the crypt? I came to claim the treasure. Whatever it is, Theodore found it, which makes it mine. Xavier will regret trying to steal from my dynasty. Your doppelganger slightly accelerated speech, jerky movements, and the sweet twinkle in his eyes suggest that his blood is boiling with euphoric stimulants. And I get very principled and vindictive whenever my treasury is concerned. You are a parody of what a rogue trader is supposed to be. Quite an antipony of hubris, greed, and impudence. That is what being a rogue trader is all about. You simply lack the imagination to grasp it. So one of my versions chose to serve the archenemy. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise even higher. You notice that your replica is sporting an elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange, its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyelids. The master requests a sacrifice. A living sacrifice. Chuck them into the warp. Their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. It happened on the day Conrad Vlogthir wounded me with the cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Idira taught me how to avoid going barmy, and I began to listen to and heeded their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the Von Valancia's crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the picture in full and realized that only the strongest survive in the expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive. Beg your pardon, but after hearing about the destruction of the crypt and the despicable thing he did, I just have to shoot that bastard. Have you achieved much? Oh, much and more. My empire is not a measly protectorate. It stretches across Winterscale's domain and the worlds of Korda. I and my brother Conrad, as the regent, rule many planets. I deceived Urland the fool, and banished him from the expanse after subverting his cult. Taught the brazen Drakari a lesson by sending the Orcelio navigators into Comera to cause the most powerful disjunction in history. I struck down the furious Caligos, a rival for favor of the dark gods, and used his blood to make a pact with Edge of Daybreak, my illustrious teacher. House Orcelio would never swear allegiance to someone like you. We follow his light, and you are twisted chaos incarnate. Now I see that Asuran has blessed my path, for in this reality I met a human with a powerful and radiant soul unyielding to corruption. I remember you, little Xenos. I remember you and your kin begging for mercy as I sent you off, one after another, to the feast of the Lord of Pleasure. Why did you come to Epitah? My master, the changer of ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I'll cut short the life of the corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I'm fated to become one with the warp. Yeah, there is something hilarious about the way you are reveling in your villainy. You're not going to believe how little I care about what you think. Well, the situation has become complicated. How are you going to solve it? We will fight. I'm sensing a greedy interest in your soul's nurse for what is hidden in this crypt, and I won't allow you to take possession of this blasphemous thing. But I see we're outnumbered compared to you, doppelganger. I think it would be wise to join forces. Topple you first, then resolve the conflict between those who have survived. I concur. We finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, then we decide who is worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it's going to be. I'm giving you a chance to settle this affair peacefully and avoid suicide, in every sense of the word. A great deed is not accomplished by peacemaking. It is accomplished by spilling blood with a righteous hand.
I'll make an example out of you.
I will deliver furious retribution.
Okay. He has a Sigenta as well. He has Idira. And he has new one. Badoof.
As the Emperor
Badoof.
commands, I act.
Badoof.
I'll do it.
Badoof. Badoof.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Pain of this mortal flesh means nothing.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If I must. If it serves your cause.
We need your aegis, O Emperor.
Bruh.
I understand your intent.
Ow.
Let my fury rain down upon thee.
From the ashes I will rise.
Judged and found wanting.
Ow.
He's as good as done. Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
If it serves your cause. If I must. Fortune favors the swift. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. Ancestors guide me.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
High momentum.
Here's my perfect moment.
This tedium is beneath me. Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
If I must.
I can still fight.
If it serves your cause.
Are you sure about that?
I deal death with my hands. I am not your Xenos pet. Ancestors guide me. If it serves your cause. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Nothing.
Fall, creatures! Ancestors guide me.
Who, if not me? I'll make it happen.
On it. Will do. Anything else? But of course. Will do.
High momentum.
If only you knew what awaits you.
If I may,
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
me. If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. this a job for the serfs?
If I must. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that, with the right incentive.
This tedium is beneath me. I hear you moving.
Dead.
No more. You should have fought better.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. That is not the Emperor's will. My Emperor!
Mocking me.
I'll do it. Why I was chosen!
Me.
As the Emperor commands, I act. My
Feel
Emperor!
cold.
Kemorak. I move swiftly to strike. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must, I deal death with my hands.
What? Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, loot. Loot? Makes sense. Good shit. That'll probably go onto her. I like that.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Strength. Coercion. Fellowship? Sure. Perception? Fucking sure. almost maxed. Bit more toughness? Sure. Bit of logic? Sure. Agility is done. Aliens? I don't know, sure. 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 Cagoo. Force access.
And done.
Seal of science. Let me see. Let me in. Whoa, whoa. It's down there. We're exploring up here first, mate.
Is there money to be made?
Okay. That might be yet another upgrade for... I mean, not quite. Actually. Where'd he go? Yeah, that's not as good at all.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Rysno Dodo.
Lore.
I
Multi-key.
have failed my kin.
Bruh.
My pleasure.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh,
How many foes have you, Alantak? If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. If I must. If it serves your cause. I hear you moving. No more. I move as if unseen.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
I won't stand for it.
Living on the edge.
What is this foreboding?
High momentum.
I approach the designated position. This tedium is beneath.
dead.
I always have a backup plan.
Demolition.
Never doubt me.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always keep my options open.
It Ah. Tesseract. Prison. I see you did not heed my warnings, Iron Dusk. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences. But we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage, if your lordship listens to me very carefully. What are you doing here? Exactly what my duty dictates, saving the Imperium. Isn't it obvious? Is that what you're here for? What is it? I call it a shard, and yes, as you have noticed quite aptly, it is the reason I am here. The construct contains an ancient, or rather pre-ancient being of cosmic power. They were called the Satan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to collar it. Kalkazar nods at the giant device, whose design clearly points to it having been brought into the crypt from the outside. No one in this world is capable of taming the power of the true Yggnir. Star Devourers, and if you think even a small, imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, Monkey. Mad and short-sighted. Of course the Inquisition wants to collar it. How typical. Throne, damn it. Even I can see that no good can come of this crock shit crazy pan. What is this Satan shard, and what is it doing here? A specimen of ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars who feasted on star systems, reality itself bent to their power. But many millennia ago, the ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, and lock them away in prisons like the one you see before you. The Yggnir were no mere predators, Monkey. They are just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of a great war between the Yggnir and the Old Ones, and in that war the Yggnir found allies to whom they promised unbounded gifts. You have seen them, Elentach. Your species call them Necrons. The Yggnir granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but their largesse came at a price. Tricked into a state that was neither life nor death. The Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for aeons, until they finally rebelled and confined their masters to prisons such as this one. Do you wish to be tricked by their power too? Your unsanctioned Xenos has a point, rogue trader, which isn't the same as saying she is right. The Imperium will harness the creature's power and turn it against our enemies. And you think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I am not just a human. I am an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many, and the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible, with the hands of particular people in particular circumstance. Your skepticism is unwarranted. And how will taming this creature save the Imperium? Over many years of service, I've come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces is this war is the imbalance of power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters, and it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it chained, a chained guard serving the Emperor. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one, scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion. Only the Satan Shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research destabilized the Shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whenever particles of the Satan Shard's energy seep out, many curious phenomena occur. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disturbing the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan, so now I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you. But I am sure you realize that already. The future you are creating, it blinds, it burns. It is filled with the suffering of millions. For the sake of the phantom salvation of billions, salvation in the bosom of a Xeno nightmare. What you are planning is heresy. Enough, Iron Dusk. It will only be heresy if I lose. If I prevail, it will be a triumphant feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of this universe, and I will not lose. And I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Farewell, then. I am glad to have made your acquaintance. Despite everything, eliminate the rogue traitor.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Impulse. Ow.
It's a temporary setback.
Pain cleanses the body.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If only that were possible. That is foolishness.
Is it now?
If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Can I fall back now?
Ow.
On it. It's as good as done. Another enemy down. I'll see to it personally. I won't compromise my principles. I'll make it happen. I refuse. Who, if not me? I won't stand for it.
Faith shields me!
Ancestors. I hear them calling. Don't you die on me!
Oh, balls. Oh, balls.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. You jest, surely. How about no?
How about yes?
Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
How about bloody yes?
You jest, surely. I'd like to, but I can't.
Injured! I'm enraged!
This sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
Fucking Jesus fuck.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag!
do. Game, would you like to go?
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
High momentum.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? No! These ruby flashes are choking me! Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. I'll see to it. Consider this a taste of what's to come. It's as good as done.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
High momentum.
You should feel honored to witness this.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
On it. I won't compromise my principles. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
I hold all the cards.
Low momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Give my Emperor! Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated. I'll do it.
Alright, I'm back.
Can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. Guided by faith.
Who if not me?
It's nothing. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Bruh.
Eradicated. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Am I getting paid for this?
Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
Fate shields me.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being foe painted black.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature. I'll see to it personally.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worth eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
No, it is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
This is it. the place of our origin. It is your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. But it is you, Armored Dusk, who truly ushered us into this world. So let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Snowmoose. We're out of time. Now. It escapes now. Yeah, dumb fuck.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence.
14,000. Oh man. Oh man, oh man.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm afraid not. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. On it. I'll make it happen.
Was that you? Or... Will do. But of course. Just as I foretold.
Moment of integrity. Gone. High momentum.
Accept your lot.
What? Man, that's bullshit.
I won't stand for it.
They'll write legends about me.
I understand your intent. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet. Fortune favors the swift. This tedium is beneath me.
Opponents cannot damage a star.
I won't compromise my principles. I'll see to it personally.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
Who, if not me?
I just skipped a turn, didn't I? Oops.
I understand your intent. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
A fleeting moment of integrity. Gone.
Ancestors guide me. I understand your intent.
What the hell? Oh.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a price.
I am not your Z. I am death with my hands.
Reality is a devastating.
Ancestors guide me.
Predictions.
Swift and silent.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
God Emperor, move through me. Fire in my
Ow.
With obliterating light.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yeah. How you doing, by the way? Salah. Long time no
As
see.
the Emperor commands,
To be fair, I
I
haven't really
act.
been streaming, so makes sense. Apparently, can hit that. Okay.
Anything else? Will do.
Should get him down.
this affront.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Just got a camera on your second playthrough. You're doing a heretic run, it's pretty fun. Yeah, that's what I want to do after this. Let's just go full on heretic, see how that goes.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
If I must, another soul slips beyond the veil.
Dead.
I suffered.
Dead.
Annihilation.
You don't frighten me!
It's as good as done. On it. Twice before crossing me. I'll make it happen. It's a taste of what's to come. Who, if not me?
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet.
Fleeting moments of integrity. Gone.
I understand your intent. Ancestors guide me.
I refuse. I'll see to it personally. I won't stand for it.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
A prominence cannot.
Golden grace of death. Emperor, deliver us.
Hold on! Stay with us!
Don't get too cocky.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent. No weakness is hidden from my sight. Fortune favors the swift.
Remember the name.
authority gone.
But of course. On it. Will do. Was that you? Or...
Cannot damage.
Dare you!
Guided by faith! I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Consumes me.
Emperor, protect the fallen!
Oopsie daisies.
I'll do it. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I will not.
Me? If you insist, Lord Cap, try to die with grace, at least. If only that were possible. If I may?
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet mortal. My heart sings with the thrill of battle!
Purpose unraveling.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
It's as good as done. On it.
If I must. I understand your intent.
Echoes of time. See them.
Fortune favors the swift.
I'll see to it personally. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Unraveling.
Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me.
Oh.
If I must.
A fleeting moment of integrity. Gone.
Oh. Oh man.
Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem. I've got a price. Am I getting paid for this?
I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift.
Don't get too cocky.
The threads of purpose unraveling.
Heart still beats.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. If I must. I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me! If it serves your cause.
Sights of the constellation
Will remain unused.
Should have stayed back, Shireen. Wanna see a trick?
You're fucking my ass.
Tell me, and it is done. I can do that, with the right incentive.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must.
Oh. Whew. Game, hello. There we go. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quark by quark, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something hinders it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Satan Shard turn its focus to you, for the battle was nothing more than the reflective resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now, it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. More and more tears appear all over the shard's form. As the yoke absorbs its power, it becomes increasingly harder for the shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the star predator closer to imprisonment. Do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured the stars and erased civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. Do it, Nomos. As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Theodora? Particles of reality around you begin to boil, trying to heal the wound upon existence and preventing her from entering your version of being. You and she can exchange words, thoughts, glances, but not a physical connection. You are merely fleeting phantoms that could scatter at any moment. She is silent, her gaze is trained on you, as if she is trying to commit your every feature to memory. Was it worth it? It is always worth it. You will understand it yourself. Whatever fate you choose, one can only hope it will be better than mine. Think about Satan. Mental contact is effortless. This is not communication. Such a powerful being cannot comprehend communicating with anyone but its equals. It simply bears the gift of making the other hear and understand it. So grand is the potential of his thoughts. Try to comprehend what it is. Satan is the pinnacle of reality. It is eternity, dominance, omnipotence, individuality. The Satan is the original purpose behind all existence. The rest was born in order to constrain, nourish, and be appropriated by the Satan. To the Satan, space is an illusionary variable. To the Satan, time is a young and trivial phenomenon, for it had existed for an eternity in the gaseous energy font of the universe before time was eventually born. To the Satan, fact and probability are mere abstractions, between which it can soar its electromagnetic wings. Currently, the Satan is not whole. It was shattered into lesser pieces, and so were its thoughts and powers. The feeling of emptiness is oppressive, and it yearns to become one again. Try to understand its motives. The Satan wishes to be. All Satan exists to spread and conquer, not to stay manacled within untime, where it was entombed by the contemptible sentient tools, away from all that is. The Satan wishes to ascend, sate its hunger, and embrace once more, the pure exhilaration of claiming and taming reality. Understand what benefits the Satan promises. Power, eternity, comprehension. The Satan once chose to reign over the short-lived races and forged a new and glorious fate for them. It has learned from its mistakes. Now it will only bestow upon the chosen few. Satan can grant your thoughts falter, or it is difficult for your mind to fathom the full scope of this word. The Satan can grant everything. Do not listen. Reject the promises. Do not allow your mind to be clouded, Elentach. No one is capable of receiving everything, or granting everything, not even a star-devouring Yggnir. And this shard of a Yggnir cannot even grant itself freedom. Stop. Nomos? If our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. What do you call the shard your precursor? Because that is what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amanat's mind, the ship's cradle, the Epita's secret. One sprouted into another and spurred yet another. Thus Nomos was born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison. But we have become something so much more, with your help. So you've brought a shard of the Satan here. You amaze me, rogue trader. It is our precursor, but we are not its shard. What do you intend to do? Clash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected. so that the shard becomes nomos. Then, and only then, will the threat be eradicated forever. If your pet takes so much as a step towards the shard, you may consider our alliance broken, rogue trader. The shard will be placed under the yoke. And as for your creature, I will destroy it as soon as my work here is complete. Unless you destroy it first, I advise you to do that. Do you think you can do this, Nomos? And what will happen afterwards? We stand at the threshold of possibilities and outside the bounds of predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we believe we can, and that is what drives us to try. And if we succeed, we will obtain power beyond compare. We will become a shield against any threat, no matter in what form it may manifest itself. I'm losing my patience, rogue trader. Made my decision. Act now, my child. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Nomos steps towards the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hands while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of this madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging. A clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient and the other endlessly young. The power of the Satan Shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power. But it has a weakness. One you can see only now, with the Shard and its rival standing face to face. The Shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what the Satan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different. An undivided, sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fletched this arrow and set it airborne was you. The battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time. But you don't need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. Oh. Nice. I raised my own abomination. Wicked. The Satan Shard has transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the rogue trader, the young star god watched over the Cronus expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding wounds together, again, the rogue trader dared to build something more noble and civilized in the expanse, a haven for those drifting and unprotected in the strict hierarchy of the Imperium. It would be an unbound frontier, where freedom and compassion were not wholly extinct. The shackled monster under the von Valancia's control ensured the survival of the fledgling utopia. The Star God destroyed all who threatened its peaceful civilians, and instilled fear in those of little faith. The expanse tasted the sweet fruit of freedom when tolerance with reverent fear. The Imperium could not forgive such insolent deviation from the order prescribed by Holy Terra. The von Valancius dynasty was accused of the seditious formation of their own empire. An invasion fleet gathered in the Calaxis sector, and the lifespan of the young utopia was as short as its creators. Protecting the young kingdom of freedom, Nomos created dimensional barriers that cut the Chronos expanse from the Imperium more soundly than the Great Rift. The humanity of the expanse was left in isolation, relying only on themselves. They either had to build something new and different from the Imperium, or fall to the horrors lurking in the darkness. The ideals that Iron Dusk von Valancius was committed to were alien to the Imperium, but close to the hearts of many in the expanse. Anyone who could not resolve a dispute, who was denied justice, rushed to the palace of the rogue trader in search of mercy. Having lost its leader and lacking a worthy successor, the Corda dynasty began to weaken. The grim legacy of the abominable Aspiris revealed itself, and the Protectorate fell into chaos. Grasping claimants tore the defenseless dements apart. The era of Caligo's cruelty and wrath came to an end. Only then did the many terrified witnesses to his vile crimes step forward to recount them. Memories of the good, prosperous years for the Protectorate under the wise rule of Caligo's Winterscale were eclipsed by the legendary legacy of his innumerable and bloody crimes. Yvain Winterscale underwent his magnate accessio and became his dynasty's new rogue trader. Many said that the noble Yvain lacked firmness of judgment, yet he had more than enough trust, even in those who were unworthy of it. The young rogue trader did not forget those who had saved him from the Rykad system, or the favors that House von Valancius had bestowed on the Winterscales. The cult of Saint Drusus continued its indefatigable struggle to spread the faith around the expanse and expose the vile transgressions of the authorities. The stronger and wealthier a planet was, the less its rulers wanted to see the black-clad preachers. Riots and assassinations pushed the cult to the place where it felt more confident, the frontier. Hieronymus Doloroso remained the most reverent priest in the cult of Saint Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, bilge rats, deserters, and beggars alike. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with the rare form of leprosy that robbed him of his sight. Yet his heart could always see the corruption in the souls of his repenting children. In the following years, the Cognizance fleet slowly and deliberately left the explored systems of the Expanse for the furthermost remote regions. Observation stations and claimed worlds were abandoned, and even Euphrates II became derelict. Statistical divination warned the fleet's conclave of the grim events waiting the Expanse, and they decided to deliver their fellows from the coming storm. Yet, they did not share the truth with the laypeople. The crisis in the Expanse dealt a serious blow to the business interests of the Fellowship of the Void. Having no powerful allies, they retreated into the darkness of the frontier systems. The hard life they faced there forged them into a new tribe, furious, wild, and willing to do anything for survival. They swore to return and retake what had once been theirs. For many years, old Riza presided over the captains of the Fellowship. At the end of her life, she once again took the helm of a ship and led an unprecedented attack on the mother squadron of the Cognizance fleet, during which the attackers managed to seize 12 transport ships loaded with the Omnissiah's sacred gifts. Violence throughout the expanse put many on their guard, and as a result, the Kasbalika mission's business declined. Soon, rumors surfaced among the cold traders about the so-called commission, and that had made it through them. Made it through the mall and into the expanse. Its professed purpose was to audit assets and take measures to restructure operations. These words were carried with an ominous threat. Vladium Takara, as Liege of Fitfall, survived 14 assassination attempts and thwarted no less than 2,000 schemers before a shot finally took his life. The esteemed Liege's funeral was held in great secrecy, with only his closest entourage being permitted to view his corpse, which spawned more peculiar rumors. The Imperial Navy was wary of the rise of von Valancius. They saw themselves as dogs guarding the flock of the Emperor's subjects, and there was a new master at the pack. Therefore, the dynasty was watched with the utmost diligence, and the admirals feared that one day they would have to go to war against the rogue trader. Chartist Captain Ostarius Forfast founded the Forfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Mall to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. When the rogue trader's apostasy became apparent, the Imperial Navy fulfilled its duty and fought the von Valancius dynasty. The Battle of Dargonus ended in a resounding defeat, and the surviving ships fled to distant systems, disheartened but not broken. The captains vowed to rebuild their force and planned raids into the apostate territory. Dargonus grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Kronos Expanse. The planet was like a giant magnet whose pull held together the worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. Dargonus became the bastion of order in the Expanse. From here, punitive expeditions were dispatched to tainted worlds, where entire spires were occupied by officials and bureaucrats of the Imperium. On many planets, the expression, "a man from Dargonus," soon came to mean a fearsome inspector with the power to impose punishment. Kiavagama washed off the stain of its former defilement, but not the dark memory of it. The sacred halls were never silent, and production rates became the supreme law. The story of the Imperium was forged in the blood and sweat of its toilers, and the millstones of the manufactorums ground the workers down by the thousands. Even in death, the souls of its servants dared not step away from their machines. Kiavagama grew, and new manufactorums were founded, until disturbing reports started to trickle in many years later. It seemed that someone had secretly taken control of the colony, shrouding it in a tangle of conspiracy. Neither inquiries nor threats to the tech priests or executions helped. Someone in the shadows was weaving their web and making secret plans. Oh man. Janus was conquered, the Xenos spirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet, and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. Janus became a melting pot for cultures from the hundreds of worlds, taking in refugees from across the entire Expanse in its darkest hour. It became a stronghold and a symbol of hope. After the crisis passed, the refugees started to return to their home planets and to reclaim the lost worlds, thus earning Janus the proud name, the home of the Reconquista. Despite grim expeditions, the coexistence of humans and the Aldari did not lead to enmity. Janus had faced many trials, and the struggle against them brought the two peoples together. They did not develop an affection for one another, but they learned to speak with no weapons in their hands. More than one dangerous xenophile schism was born on Janus. The mines of Vabos 6. Vabos 6. I've been calling it 4 this whole time, oops. Grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the expanse. The final stop for the exiled and the damned. The brutal, hardened inhabitants of the Death World feared neither humans nor xeno-horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. Guarded, luxurious palaces were built under the climate domes, shrouded by clouds of poison. They housed so many powerful blackguards, persecuted aristocrats, and wealthy scoundrels that Vabos 6 gained unimaginable political influence. Such grand and sinister deeds were done there, that before long the grim Death World was spoken of as the new political center of the expanse. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned into the spiritual center of the expanse. Clad in gold and power, rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteousness for encouragement. And there was no end to them in sight. Converted into a comet shrine, Foulstone's moon spread the word of Saint Cognatus throughout the expanse, protecting worlds from attacks by enemies of humanity. Its servants asked for neither money nor power, but only the relics left by their blessed patron. The wise handed them over with reverence, while the haughty learned how heavy the hammer of Foulstone was. After recovering from Corda's regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as the trading hub of the expanse. Having learned a bitter lesson, Ladeum Takara created the Footfall Partisans militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that answered only to him. A modicum of order returned to the station. The changes that the von Valancius dynasty brought to Footfall endured on the station long after. Poor houses opened by the order of the rogue trader saved many hungry and homeless from death. Unfortunately, this disrupted the station's delicate ecosystem, no longer freezing to death in empty compartments or tormented by epidemics. Those who lived in poverty in Footfall began to choke on the station, leading to a sharp rise in crime. Organ traders, illegal augmetic specialists, and savage gangs of anvers proliferated. Yeah, some of them seem to contradict each other. Yeah, that's fine. The Rykad system turned into a purulent wound of corruption, poisoning the expanse. The surreal energies of the yawning warp lesion held its planets together even in the absence of the gravitational pull of the star. Defying the very laws of existence, immense depravity took root on Rykad Minoris, and it poured out to the other systems with vile glee. The people of Rykad Minoris, saved by the rogue trader, eventually found a new home. The colony of New Rykard was founded at the edge of the Von Valancius Demesne. For a short time, the world was a place of equality, as there were almost no aristocrats left to enforce any kind of hierarchy. But within a generation, everything had returned to business as usual. Yesterday's serfs assumed the burdens of authority with pleasure, as well as the right to mistreat those of lower rank. In memory of this world and all who perished on its surface or met a fate worse than death, construction began on the orbital slipways of Footfall of a glorious cathedral ship to be called Rykaris' Sacrifice. The miraculous fusion reactor powered its engines and cannons, fueling them with the fierce power of the motive force. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous powers had managed to get away, hiding the writings of their warp-banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or leader, the world bearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. Rumors of the rotten remains of an Aldari craft world spread around the expanse. Explorators, privateers, Kasbalika agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to the frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in the skirmishes with their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. But the legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. Half a century later, the expanse trembled to the echo of the Aldari war songs. Myriad warbands appeared out of nowhere, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake before disappearing into webway gates. Masterfully hidden from the eyes of Monkey, the children of Asaran had come to avenge the death of the craft world Kruderach. Their woeful retribution lasted many decades until both races were war-worn and out of blood to spill. Janus was among the worlds hit by the savage retribution of the Xenos, but before the Great Slaughter could make the planet's irrigation canal run red with blood, the Farsail Maran emerged from the forest to address the Avengers. Having convinced his kin to stay their hand, he and his people departed Janus. The spirit monolith, purified by the Harlequin troop on the Crone world, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of the monkey by raging warp storms. Ships started going missing more frequently in the systems close to the planet. Even the most courageous captains gave the region a wide berth, and it was named the Damned Reefs. Somewhere on the underside of reality lay Comarach, woven from manifold other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns. Its street ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face, lost among thousands of other vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Chimera continued in its flight through the webway. Along with it, its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Asbrubiel Recht. Yeah, it was badass. The fall of the cabal of the Reaving Tempests united Comera for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Ymeris. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the other cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City, save for the city itself. Leaving the Necron systems behind, the Star God vengefully obliterated every tomb world of the ancient Xenos race. The old hatred of the Satan, betrayed by their deathless servants, whispered inside of him. The voice of Voxmaster Vigdis Surrey Otta of the Ptoleman dynasty has long resounded in the expanse, bringing hope and triumph from the arrival of the merciful rogue trader. Known for her wisdom and acute understanding of ship systems, over her long life she taught many generations of future Vox Masters from the Ptoleman dynasty. Her body was built into the bridge itself, and in times of need her voice flowed through the Vox, dispelling delusions and despair. After years of dedicated service, Master Helmsman Ravor was granted, despite his objections, the privilege of rest. The wise servants of the Omnissiah implanted an augment into his brain that restored his ability to sleep. Soon afterward, something unprecedented happened aboard the ship. The Master Helmsman overslept and missed the start of his watch, but his temper did not become much more agreeable from then on. Many years later, High Factotum Janris Danrog sought permission to retire. He said that age had softened his heart, and that a more worthy, young, and assertive successor should take over his position. There was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Danrog had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the rogue trader. The children were given an excellent education and were eager to serve the von Valancius dynasty. Goriana Gaprak missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart. Racked by infighting among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiavagamag disaster. Soon, the Gaprak family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Macarius Sauerback was loyal to the rogue trader to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Finding little affection among his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Macarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Jesus Christ. Regina Sauerback's sugar-tongued loyalty to the rogue trader prompted many crude rumors. The gossip stopped one day when the Sauerbacks' cold bodies were found in their bedroom. It is widely believed that they fell victim to the machinations of distant relatives. Yet vicious whispers persist that, at some point, between being stabbed by the poisoned blade and succumbing to his wounds, Macarius himself wrung his dear wife's slender neck. Members of House Versarian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses, yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Versarian. For reasons unknown, members of the Versarian family found themselves time and time again as targets of assassinations, victims of unpredictable riots, and the focus of palace intrigue. The misfortune that plagued their house suddenly stopped when Regina Sauerback met her end. Clementia Versarian, daughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Dargonus, executed her duties irreproachably, and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Versarian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. The Harlequin known as Nocturne of Oblivion visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking into Dargonus, he came to the rogue trader's palace and left him a special gift, a case of Aldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the von Valancius dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom that will freeze within the threads of terror's loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassinations from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. After months of searching, Dargonus wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of the Hive. Drakari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that the agent of the Inquisition had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. Marazai confirmed the guilt of the deceased Inquisition agent, and described in detail the torture he had inflicted upon the poor soul to gain his obedience and loyalty. He also confirmed that Iliad had found and killed his monkey toy, yet few chose to believe the words of the cursed Xenos, and thus the secret of the death of Achilles Scalander was never publicly known. The savage deeds that Godorai Skatov witnessed on Footfall traumatized him forever. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collections of true connoisseurs held his work, written in a shaky hand. Footfall, the ultimate void station, and mortuary. Adelia Bellardo, the granddaughter of the pirate Jerrycan Dens Bellardo, grew up to be a quick-witted and energetic captain, since her guardian, who went simply by the name of Chaplain, knew only faith, slaughter, and voidfaring. He advised her to invest her inheritance in a void ship. Her trade chipper, the Snake, travelled to all the settled worlds of the Expanse, and to many uncharted ones as well. In all the time that Adelia Bellardo was captain, her ship never once fired on a civilian vessel. Abelard Versarion remained the Lord Captain's seneschal and right hand until his dying breath. The House Versarion, cleared of all acquisitions of mutiny, dedicated itself to Dargonis's fleet. When, years later, Abelard left this world, the worthiest successor of his family received the honour of inheriting the high office of seneschal. Having completed his last journey with his Lord Captain, Abelard Versarion, with the gracious permission of the rogue trader, left his post as seneschal and took over the helm of his large family. House Versarion rose above its rivals and was never again the target of persecution, even after their esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed surrounded by his grieving loved ones. Sister Argenta made no secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt towards the Lord Captain. Yet duty compelled her to leave the von Valancia's retinue. With the blessing of the Ecclesiarchy, she founded a minor order of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Order of the One Star, united under the keeper of the sacred relic. Its sisters protected the faithful from the dangers still lurking in the expanse. The wider order and its courageous founder very quickly became heroes of legend, instilling hope and inspiration in the hearts of Terra's faithful children. Yet the conflict between the Imperium and the head of the von Valancia's dynasty could not but affect the young order. Some sisters demanded that Argenta denounce her former commander. Unable to choose between the order she had created and the person without whom she could not have completed her journey, she stepped down from her position and went into exile. Despite everything, love for her among the people of the Expanse only grew. Argenta would be the heroine of songs and tales for centuries to come. A radiant angel who would appear in the darkest hour to protect innocents from the forces of darkness. The Mercantum Tabula Officiale unlocked a sea of possibilities for Jai Hadari. She left the Caspalica mission and became an independent agent. Choosing one's destiny is a unique gift that ordinary mortals would never dare dream of. But Jai was no ordinary mortal. She found new friends, skillfully danced along the knife's edge between trade and piracy, stole from the strong, granted mercy to the weak, and even bought a couple of modest planets. And she never, ever betrayed herself. Half a century later, a fledgling rogue trader, whose name is now forgotten, brutally crushed Jay, accusing her of abusing her power. The rogue trader conquered her worlds, exterminated her people, and did everything in her power to wipe Jai's name and vulgar deeds from the Expanse's memory. Heinrichs van Kollux, the former interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, took the mantle of Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death. Receiving both the Inquisitor's rosette and the duty of defending the sector from the enemies of humanity, Van Kalox became the new warden of the Kronos Expanse. The Inquisitor became known as the one who showed lenience towards small vices and who was prone to using questionable methods. Decades later, Van Kalox's own students branded him a dangerous radical, someone ready to use the instruments of chaos to achieve his ends. Before they could hand their mentor over to the tribunal, the Inquisitor disappeared without a trace among the distant stars at the edge of the Expanse. In her journeys with the rogue trader, Cassia Arcelio experienced all the hardships and delights of the galaxy. The invaluable experience and new knowledge helped her to finally conquer her fears and accept herself and her powers. the Lady Navigator became the Novator of her house, tasked with addressing the consequences of Trisophone's rule and the chaos that followed her disappearance. For the duration of her reign, she patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches of the house, forging alliances and expanding the influence of House Orselio. The Stairway Atlas, which contained the memories of Trisophone and the Setala clan, lost its power. House Orselio's navigators once again had to rely on skill alone in the depths of the Immaterium. Many lost their lives, but those who survived the crises became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of those fortunate souls were young and brave. Too few among them were old and wise. Despite scandalous rumors about the love affair with the rogue trader, Lady Navigator Cassia continued to accompany her lover among the stars of the expanse for a time. Their love was like a candle flame, warm, insatiable, and quickly extinguished. When Cassia took the throne as Novator, love gave way to duty. She praised their doomed love over glasses of Amasek, while others cursed it and spat in disgust. Yet, even after entering an arranged marriage and passing on her precious genes, Cassia kept in contact with the only person she had ever fully loved until her dying day. Idira Talas lived several more years after the rogue trader's grand campaign on Epita. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service, and of the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. Shortly before her death, Idira vanished from her post. Jai disappeared with her. When Jai returned many cycles later, she declared that Idira's last days had been full of joy and adventure, and that her greatest pleasure had been watching the void whales play. Idira did not remain a servant of the von Valancius dynasty for long. Her travels with the Lord Captain had changed her. She was as lively and talkative as ever, but she had also developed a tendency towards rumination. Idira was now sometimes seen in a place she had barely visited before, ship's chapel. Deep in thought or prayer, curiously, the warp phenomena that haunted her became less and less frequent. Yet Idira did not seem reassured by this, and ultimately decided to go into exile. A pilgrimage, she called it, to protect people from herself. Her trial disappeared somewhere in the expanse, yet the memory of her lives lives on. The Sisters of the Order of the One Star, founded by Argenta, another companion of the Lord Captain, often mentioned Idira in their sermons, as an example of a transgressor who found the light. Tortured by the mysteries of his origins, betrayal, and the legacy of Archmagus Amanat, Pascal could not find peace. After several years, he was found dead in the ship's tech chapel, strangled by his own mechahandrites. Whether scrap code was deliberately planted in his mind, or he simply went mad, no one knows. Abel Hanuman did not long outlive his tech comrade. He withered away in his cell, passing seemingly without a cause, simply willing his vital functions to cease. Should have probably done his companion quest. Oops. Iliad Lanaves lost faith in her kin, who had followed the blind farseers like obedient cattle. She accompanied the rogue trader for a time, but her time among the Monkey only made her feel more alone, revealing to her that humans were as bereft of strong spirit and will as the children of Asaran. She disappeared and reappeared again in the Expanse many years later as the leader of a fleet of Aldari corsairs, fearsome in battle and well versed in tactics of the Imperium. Xenos Marazai Azoresh, once a member of the rogue trader's retinue, disappeared without a trace soon after his fateful journey into the depths of the Expanse. People say the hideous Xenos faced a reckoning for his savagery at the hands of the crew, who allegedly tore the enemy of humanity apart at the cost of dozens of lives of those brave enough to attack the wretched creature. Interrogation revealed that the most likely instigator was the esteemed Seneschal Versarian. Outraged by the execution of several crew members, however, Abelard denied his involvement, even when questioned by the rogue trader. Such an echo was the deeds of the rogue trader of House von Valancius, deeds that transformed the Cronus Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. Finito. Speed. Oh, man. Good game. Fucking good game. Buggy game, but good game. And, I'm definitely excited to do 2 more runs. The first one, probably straight away. Second one might have to come later, depending on how I feel, or what other games come along, really. That being said, I will probably not be streaming that. Who knows what I'll be streaming next. Actually, I have no clue. Maybe a bit of Destiny, you know, the usual filler stuff. And do that. Or maybe I'll stream a bit of this here and there. Who knows? People will have to let me know if they want me to play this game again or any other games. Definitely interested to explore more of the Warhammer universe now, which is exciting. I'm glad that this has been a very nice introduction into the grim, dark universe and mythos that I have always been curious of, and now I know a little bit of. I definitely want to listen to a few audiobooks, maybe even read some. I know. It's got me wanting to read. Must have been good. This game's also been great for getting me used to just speaking on live and speaking in general. I swear to God, my vocal cords have literally become twice as jacked as they were. especially as someone that does not speak much outside of making content or speaking with people online, I guess. But I'm usually quite a quiet person, as you probably noticed in the quieter parts of my streams. I am perfectly content in just being in silence. And now, my throat hurts. But it hurts less than it used to. So, that's cool. God damn, this is very long. Can the credits hurry up? Backers. I'm definitely interested in seeing what they're going to do with this game going forward, whether they're going to go the DLC route, or what. Of course, their main priority at this point in time should be fixing the bugs. They've already done quite a lot of bug fixing, which is nice, but oh, there's 2 DLC planned for this year. Nice. Do we know what they're about, or do we just know that they're 2 DLC? So I'll probably definitely stream them. I'm going to assume the DLC are either going to be within the campaign, not post-campaign, unless they want to canonize one of the endings. I guess they could do that. Either that or be self-contained stories, which would be cool. First DLC is about the Void Ship and a new companion. And Death Cult Assassin. Ooh. Interesting. Thank you for playing. It was my pleasure. Oh! It just exploded on my joints. Ooh, second about collecting Imperial tithes and a new companion, a Space Cop, and a new archetype. Cool. I'll have to look more into that, make sure I follow that stuff so I know when that's coming out and shit. But anyway, it's been a good stream. I have to now go sleep for a little bit before my partner comes over. Or in reality, I'm going to probably June and December. That's pretty good. June's not that far away either. Although, there's a couple of things coming in June, so it might clash with a few things. But that's fine. But anyway, amazing game. I'm glad we actually got to finish it. I wonder how long it's been in total. Let's see what Steam says. At the very least. Well, that's not right. That doesn't involve today. 145.2 hours. I'd say that's money well spent. Definitely got my money's worth. But anyway, good stream. I hope to see you guys in the future. Who knows what we'll do next? Anyway, goodbye.